Oh, did I double tap that? Did I fuck this up? What's up, Yo-Yo? You are indeed first. What's up, Samantha? You are indeed second. Oh, is my on-screen chat still not gonna work today? So I need to like actually restart my computer, I think, to get it to work. I've just been letting it like go to sleep. I don't think it's gonna work. It's my party, I can cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you.
Naja, der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6, kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben.
I was being out on the town. Same old, same old.
Das obere Licht, bitte. Gut, blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung.
Yeah.
Blicken Sie noch
Smoke some rocks, steal some catalytic converters,
okay. Alles in Ordnung.
light a few Teslas on fire. Same old, same old.
Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper. Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut, Johnson. Also halten Sie sich zurück. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge. Aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter. Wenn die Athen und die Malta koordiniert feuern, kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei. Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
Tuxedo.
Alors, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
So one of the places I like to go to play Pac-Man is closing down
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
in like 6 weeks or something. I was thinking about buying a phone mount and taking my phone to go try to stream and try to do kill screen attempts on the Pac-Man machine before it closes down.
Ich sehe zu, ob ich es erwische, okay? Sir, ich könnte wirklich Ihre Hilfe brauchen.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
I need to figure out like a type of phone mount to get so that I can stream it.
Ernst, Mann!
I also might need to buy like a battery pack for my phone so it can stay charged. But I feel like that'd be a fun thing to stream.
Hochführen dicht machen.
In Ordnung.
verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Wir alle
Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, da muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los hier. Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Okay, we've done it.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuer.
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Sie teilen sie nacheinander auf. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um die Träger.
Chief,
Alle
finden Sie die
Feindliche
Bombe.
Status.
System laufen.
13 Kreuzer, 2
Cortana, Ziele
Sturmflieger.
aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Jetzt wird's laut.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen Sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo.
Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor.
Von mir, Gold. Folgt mir.
Der erste
That's
Träger
pretty
ignoriert
fast.
uns völlig, Sir.
Yeah, regret, that sucks. Hopefully you can get it taken care of. I know they make like toothpastes and ointments you can put on that help with temporarily with tooth pain, but hopefully you can get whatever's hurting you taken care of. Because tooth pain does suck. Alright, I'm already out of Cairo.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Basically first run of the day.
Absturzstelle räumen. Los, los, los.
Oh, these are the wrong splits. Still fine though. Yeah, what up, defend?
Chief, gut, dass Sie kommen konnten. Die Absturzstelle ist jenseits dieses Hotels, Chief. Hier wimmelt es von Allianz. Folgen Sie mir.
Defend, I heard you're gonna do a legendary
Sergeant, ich
run
brauch
today.
Sie auf dem
Is
Vogel.
that true?
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Yeah, regret. And I heard you were gonna race him, right? Defend and regret legendary race.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen.
It would be the worst race of all time. No, that's NASCAR.
Die Gespräche der Allianz analysiert. Wir sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Die haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum wir mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Weniger Zeit hier, mehr Zeit dort.
Oh nein.
That is right, I did it. Who do you think you are? I am. My pop-off is gonna be Pete Weber worthy whenever I get this record. I'm just gonna say like absolute gibberish. You guys ever seen Pete Weber bowling? Throws a strike and just starts yelling. There's a famous clip from like 15 years ago, a famous bowler just yells like, "That is right, I did it. Who do you think you are? I am." It's just that's the level of commitment I'm trying to bring. Yeah, and he was saying it to a kid. Later on, they interviewed him and they asked him what he was talking about. He was like, "Yeah, there's this kid in the crowd pestering me, cheering for the opponent. And so whenever I won, I looked over to him, and what I meant to say was, who do you think you are cheering against me? I'm the greatest." So that's the sentiment he was trying to get across, was yelling at the kid, asking him, "Who do you think you are?" But he didn't really finish what he was saying. So he just spouted off nonsense, yelling at the crowd. Do I do Halo 1 speedruns as well? Not for a long time. I don't take them seriously like I do Halo 2.
Nette Begrüßung.
Surprised I didn't get reinforcements there. No. Okay, 50. That's annoying. Please don't snipe me here. I just got stepped on. Wow. 208. That's a crazy. You rarely get actually killed from being stepped on there. Cool bit of time loss.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Schiff. Konzentriert euch auf die Waves. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
How are you still alive?
Sir, Corporal Perez, Kompanie A, Kommandostand ist da drüben. Der Lieutenant wurde beim Absprung getroffen.
Wer hat jetzt das Kommando, Corporal?
Sergeant Banksman.
Alright, I lost like 25 seconds, 28 seconds actually.
Die wussten gar nicht, wie ihnen geschieht.
You know, I checked the calendars and it said today is a day. I wasn't sure when I got up, but the scientists did it. They actually did it. Alright, not the fastest metropolis, but the run continues.
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebiete und Sie sind das Schwert. Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
Okay, Barbator Skip. You're gonna be nice to me. Come on. Okay, second try is not bad. Uh-oh, that's bad though. Don't spawn. Waited. That's really bad. Okay, very interesting Barbator. We're gonna lose time.
Kümmert euch ihn, Brüder. Ich verteidige das Orakel. Seine Wahrheit soll nie verstummen. Der Anführer der Ketzer ist in diesem Teil der Station. Räumt die Landezone und geht da rein. Unser Glaube wird uns stark machen. verwendet eine Holoklone. Der muss ganz nah sein.
Zu erledigen.
Komm raus, damit wir dich töten können.
Stellt euch auf.
Anführer! Bleibt! Die Flat greift uns an.
Was haben sie getan?
Not bad.
Los, Gebieter! Wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach. That's pretty good. No way.
That dude just killed me while I was invisible, sword canceling past him because he backsmacked me at like a frame perfect backsmack. Are you kidding me? That's an insane death. I don't even know if I've ever died exactly like that. That's crazy. We lost 58 seconds because of that. Cool. Man, I can't believe I just died like that. Oh, this is like a whole minute right there. What did I just say? 22 or 23? Man. Man, that sucks. That's such a disappointing time loss. I'm gonna die because I got greedy here. Yeah, I was looking at the timer. I tried to jump down too early. I wanted to get like a faster ending there, but that's fine. It was already over. Let me watch this clip. Let me see how I died here. So I killed one. Yeah, and you just... How much health did I have when I died there? I guess I didn't have that much health, but still. Yeah, no, I did. I had full health. Dang. Bad game. That sucks. Ugh, that was such a stupid death. Restarting? Yep. Unfortunately, this is the realism of speedrunning. If you've never seen speedruns before, basically, every time I make a major mistake and I lose too much time, I'm gonna go all the way back to the very beginning. My goal is to beat the entire game as fast as possible and set the world record. So the current world record is 1 hour and 20 minutes. If I lose too much time, then it becomes impossible, so I have to go back to the beginning and try again.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
The first level is actually one of the levels I tend to reset a lot on because it's at the very start and it's really difficult. There's a lot of time to save.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Granate! Weg! Sag unser Nachtblutmann! Vorsicht! Ärger, Bruder!
The goal is to go through these doors. That's why I'm ramming the boxes.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
It's not teleporting, it's messing with your hitbox in a way that allows you to go through some walls. It's only useful in a couple spots during the entire speedrun, but it is useful at the very start.
Deckung!
There we go. This guy die? No, he didn't. Also, it doesn't work on Master Chief Collection, that glitch to walk through walls. So if you are wanting to try it yourself, you have to play in the original game. The other glitches that you see me do, they mostly do work on the MCC version, but some of them don't. This is the OG game. Yeah, Master Chief Collection's not just patched, it's like a completely different game. It has different physics, different glitches. The speedrun's quite a bit different. But yeah, they're different games. But many of the glitches do still work on both versions. If you want to do those glitches where you like turn into different characters, those do work on MCC. So that's the good news. I hate that this dude just flew like that. Why did he do that? Where is he? Ain't no way this dude refuses to show himself. Man, this was fast too.
Sir, Eindringlinge.
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus.
Ja, der
Zweite
Chief muss mir
Echelon,
aber helfen,
kümmert
an
euch um
unsere
die Träger.
Kreuzer ranzukommen. Alle feindlichen Schiffe sind in der Todeszone. 13 Kreuzer, 2
Cortana,
Sturmträger.
Ziele aussuchen und Feuer
Jetzt
fahren.
wird's laut.
Das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo.
Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor.
Formiert euch. Folgt mir.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
No. I'm so dead. I need to stick like 2 people. Okay, 3 people, and I only have 2 grenades. No, the dude just got me. It was too slow anyway. This guy keeps talking. Why don't I speedrun the real Halo 2? I am speedrunning the real Halo 2.
Alarm. Alarm. Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Lasst dir ruhig Zeit, ich habe sonst nichts vor. Vorsicht, der Chief ist ein bisschen ungestüm.
Keine Übung.
Oh, actually, I had an idea for ghosting that I guess while you're here, Fortune, I can kind of talk about. So, there is a way to visualize a hitbox thing that I don't know if it's tied to ghosting. Let me see if this unravels any threads. Yeah, loading takes a long time, and it takes even longer when it's in this screen because you don't have the cool loading screen to look at. But it does instantly kick you into like the white screen, so like you see how it's kind of an abrupt change. Am I doing these tricks on a controller? Yeah, I'm on the OG version. The only way to play is controller. Okay, actually I want to do this controller's walking on its own. I want to make it stop doing that.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Hey, get back here. It's walking on its own. It's making it hard.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Okay.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
So groß ist er auch nicht.
You die. Now you die. This should give me player merge, right? Yes. Okay, so if you notice whenever you... Wait, does it not work with Master Chief? Okay, it might not work with Master Chief. Whenever you're Arbiter, you can see your own green arrow. Like your teammate's green arrow. I was wondering if maybe you could visualize ghosting in a way, but now I'm also playing with one of my shit controllers, but... I don't know. How do I show this most effectively?
Das ist keine Übung.
So this is what it looks like to lower your weapon, which changes your stance, which I think maybe could have something to do with ghosting. You might be able to change your stance and affect ghosting. Not actually sure. But we're gonna have to watch another loading screen. I thought that worked as Master Chief. I know it works as Arbiter on Quarantine Zone. That's interesting. More loading screens. No, this is a little different than what I'm talking about, Fortune. So this will show you some perspective that you might not know about the hitbox and the way the game like works. Yeah, I guess I can do a quick glitch detour while I'm here if you want to see some cool stuff, Purina.
Vorwärts, Krieger! Fürchtet weder Schmerz noch Tod! Los, Gebieter! Wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach! Vorwärts, Krieger! Fürchtet weder Schmerz noch Tod! Los, Gebieter! Wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach!
Okay. So what I was talking about was... Wait a minute. Where the hell's the green arrow? Dude, I did this on stream the other day, and I swear there was a green arrow that signified my teammate. Like... Am I tripping? Okay, either way, I can still show some of what I mean. But okay, so one of the things I was considering is, you see Arbiter breathes. When you look down, you can see his leg is moving. Like, I think maybe his breathing, the character like bobbing up and down, is some of the inconsistencies of ghosting. I think, and maybe the hitbox like is, I don't know, maybe we're interrupting the breathing animation in a weird way by like bonking, like, so like we bonk, we move, we start, we move. I don't know, I feel like maybe somehow, I don't know. It feels like maybe there's something there. I don't know. But also, oh, there's the green arrow. Okay, here it is. So look, whenever I raise and lower the weapon, look, the green arrow moves. Also, the green arrow moves with breathing. So I was wondering if like maybe the green arrow moved with ghosting. Let's see, can I keep this on the screen and ghost? Okay, but yeah, I was wondering if maybe you could use the green arrow in a way to visualize ghosting. It's really hard to move with this controller. I don't think I can ghost with this controller. It's kind of broken. Okay, but here, I'll show a glitch for you real quick. Oh wait. Oh, will that work? I think that'll work. No, it didn't.
Vorwärts, Krieger! Fürchtet weder Schmerz noch Tod! Los, Gebieter! Wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach! Vorwärts, Krieger! Fürchtet weder Schmerz noch Tod! Los, Gebieter! Wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach!
Alright, you ready for a cool glitch?
Zu den Fahrzeugen. Wir brauchen ihre Geschütze. Vorwärts, zum heiligen Symbol.
I'm an enforcer. I'm the giant flying vehicle. I can use the crush animation. I can use camo. I can even shoot rockets. I can shoot the giant needler gun. I can fly my friend around all the way to the top of the map if I wish. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering splendor. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? A whole new world. A dazzling place I never knew. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming. Now we're at the top. A whole new world. It's actually solid up there. Very few people have ever been up here to the very top. Kind of sick picture though, isn't it? You gotta pay extra for that deafening. So you can actually, depending on the setup, like people were telling you, I can turn into like any character I want. So if instead of killing my teammate only once, I kill him a second time, and then I throw a grenade, that changes the way the memory is set up in a very specific way. Oh, well, that didn't quite do what I wanted. Hello. Kill him once. Second time, throw a grenade. Come on, I screwed that up again. So I need to get a pinch before that grenade comes down. So I restart the mission. All of that was part of the setup, so I didn't make any mistakes there. Now if I kill him again, and then I spawn in the enemies, so now I'm waiting for the sentinels to spawn. As soon as the sentinels spawn, my teammate's here, and he's a sentinel. So by creating an extra body, whenever I betrayed my teammate, it also created 4 grenades on the ground, and it created 2 weapons. So that changes like the way the memory is laid out. And so instead of being the enforcer, it increases the memory pointer by like, basically you can just count the number of objects. So it increases the pointer by 4 grenades, 1 body, and 2 weapons is 7 objects. And so the enforcer itself happens to take up 7 objects. It takes up, or maybe I can't remember if it's 7, but it has a body, it has the shield piece of its left shield and its right shield. So those are 3 different, or the body in both shields is 3. And then it holds 3 different weapons. It has the energy gun, it has the needler, and it has the rockets. And then, so the 7th thing, after I created 7 extra objects, would be then my little sentinel here. And that's why we turned into this guy. Yeah, you could launch up to the top before AUP using Sputnik and grenade launches. The person who found this, it was me. I found this.
Weiter geht's, bin unterwegs.
How did I manage to find this? It's like a decade's worth of glitches building on itself. So me and a co-op partner of mine were researching one glitch, and we started to figure out how the memory worked and the respawn system worked, and then we figured out how to do co-op glitches in a specific way. And then eventually it all came together to where now we know how this works. Is this how you guys remember playing the level? You ever seen a sentinel hold a plasma rifle? Kind of scary looking. Where did you come from? Alright, let's get back to speedrunning. No, enemies don't run out of ammo in this game, Jack Myers. But in Halo 3 they do. Not Sentinels, but Jackals. Whenever they're doing all skulls on speedruns in Halo 3, the Jackals will stand there and they'll hold the overcharge of the plasma pistol, and they'll just keep holding overcharge, and it'll overcharge forever, and eventually the overcharge will run out and they'll run out of ammo. And so when they're doing Halo 3 all skulls on speedruns, they're happy to see Jackals overcharge, because then that just means that they can run up and melee them, and it's like free shields. The mission has to contain that character, correct? But yeah, on levels with Flood, you can turn into Flood. You can turn into Grunts, Jackals, Brutes, Tartarus, Miranda, Johnson. You can turn into all of the vehicles in the game. So Ghost, Warthog, Wraith, Spectre, even the crazy vehicles like the Shadow on Outskirts, that like large transporter vehicle that you're not supposed to ever drive.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Yeah, but Fortune, I was just, when I was messing with AUP, I remember thinking maybe breathing cycles matter, and maybe using AUP could give you some insight into how what the hitbox is doing. Those are my ideas.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Da kommen sie! Schau mal, ein Mark 6.
Perfect, this is it.
Gut geschossen, Sir.
Waffenschränke öffnen.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no co-op.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Ain't no way he punches me. Do you need split screen? Yeah, but you can play if you have a friend online for online co-op, you can use that, but they also have to be on PC. Unfortunately, it doesn't work cross-platform Xbox crossed with computer. But I think there is a split screen mod that exists. I don't know where it's at, if it's on GitHub or if it's on the Steam Marketplace or what. Maybe on Nexus Mods or something. I think there is a split screen mod that exists though. I don't know how reliable it is. I've never used it, so I can't vouch for it.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ich werf weiter.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Ihr seid nicht
Somebody show yourself.
Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Yeah, it takes a lot of practice to get really good at this game on Legendary. But, I mean, that is all it takes, though, is practice. You just... Especially nowadays, like, there's just so many resources. Back in the day, speedrunning was a lot harder because nobody had, like, planned routes. But now you can just kind of watch the world records and copy what they do, or talk to the world record holders and ask them why they do what they do. But it's not so much memorizing just one thing, it's also being able to react to a lot of things. So like, it's not like memorizing one grenade placement, it's knowing how to throw grenades in general. It's knowing how to move and jump and aim in general, so you can just place them wherever you want, whenever you want.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
I started speedrunning a long time ago, so I've kind of watched the strats develop, which has been cool as a speedrunner. So back in the day, the world record used to be longer than 3 hours. Now the world record's an hour and 20 minutes. So the speedruns changed so much since then. Basically, this level is almost exactly the same though, which is kind of crazy. We're only doing minor tweaks here. Some of the levels have changed drastically. Some of them are basically the same. We knew how to get out of this map like super early on. Cause I mean there's Easter eggs out of the map. They like intended you to get out of this map. It's not really that hard to find.
Erste Reihe Mitte, Sir.
Sergeant, ich brauch sie auf dem Vogel.
I think I have a video of Cody Miller doing an out of map outskirts run in December of 2004, and the game came out in November of 2004. So like I have speedruns going back basically to the beginning of time on this level. I have some old videos that I like in my archive. It's kind of funny.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen
What do you mean, Fortune? Oh, are you talking about because the invisible wall slopes like outwards? I was thinking about that recently too.
Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Die haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum wir mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Yeah, you can steal the Scarab gun. That's real. Yeah, the Spelunker. Thank you. It only exists on the map on this level for a few seconds, so you have to do some glitches to get to it fast enough. But yeah, you can do, there's a grenade jump method, there's a few sword fly methods, there's a bunch of different ways. But if you get there fast enough, you can steal the Scarab gun and shoot it, just like the one on Metropolis. Whenever the Warthog blows up in the tunnels back there, it's a floating invisible, or it's visible, it's just a floating Scarab gun that's a plasma rifle, and it's just shooting the Warthog. And so those like 3 seconds where it's blowing up the Warthog, it exists, and then just a little bit later it disappears. It's just some of the movie magic they did to make video games work. Anytime in this game, the Scarab shoots immediately, and without charging up. So the Scarab is supposed to charge its gun. Like, you know how it has to do on Great Journey, where it like charges its laser and then it shoots? That's how the Scarab is supposed to fire. But every once in a while, because they want cinematic, dramatic effect, they also need it to shoot instantly. So anytime the Scarab shoots instantly, they're cheating and using a Scarab gun as a plasma rifle. So that's also true on this level. Whenever they blow up the tank, it shoots instantly. It doesn't like charge up. That's the tank getting blown up is also a floating plasma rifle. But then later in the level, it starts shooting at the pelicans, and it charges up on every one of those shots. And because it charged up, that's actually coming out of the Scarab itself. So that's not a plasma rifle. Same thing with Great Journey. Whenever it shoots the wraiths or the door on Great Journey, it charges up every single time. And so that's not a plasma rifle. And that's why there are no plasma rifles on the Great Journey. A lot of people think that because the Scarab shoots on that level, that you would expect there to be a plasma rifle, but there's no time that it shoots instantly, so it doesn't need a plasma rifle. So it's just a myth. There is no plasma rifle on Great Journey. Come on, man. Can't believe I got stuck there. Okay, second try isn't the end of the world. It's worth continuing. It was a slow second try though, 202. Because I got just about the slowest death possible by getting stuck. I guess that's not true. You can die getting killed by the reinforcements. That's the slowest death possible for that checkpoint. And that's the slowest death possible for that checkpoint, man. It's too slow. I don't want it. Fuck. Oh, that entire wall is one face that we're walking against.
sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Und Sie sagten...
No, Tommy gun. I haven't found any potential for it. I don't like it. The AI for the Wraith and the Jackal don't behave the same. It doesn't seem good. Maybe I should mess with it a little bit more. I messed with it for like 30 minutes and I never came up with anything I liked even a little bit with it.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Granate! Ich folge Ihnen!
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
It's also harder to save that grenade on Classic. Because they can do a grenade, they can do a jump on Master Chief Collection that's not possible on Classic. When you're first out of the map on Outskirts, they just jump straight across to the larger building. You can't make that jump on Classic without a grenade, and they save that grenade on MCC because they need it for Metropolis. So I would have to save another grenade and lose a little bit of time on Outskirts. And then, additionally, I don't know, the Jackal would instantly snipe me, or the Wraith wouldn't alert on like every attempt, even though I was like trying to copy the strats exactly. I couldn't get the same AI patterns to like react the same way. I tried it on multiple checkpoints.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole.
Let me in.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Maybe it's just impossible now that I'm officially old.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I turn old and then playing video games is impossible.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Ich hab noch einen Feindkontakt.
It's slow, but we're in.
Hochführen dich mal. Waffenschränke öffnen.
Not bad.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Pretty good.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bord.
Sir, Eindringlinge im...
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus.
Der Chief
Zweite
muss mir aber
Echelon,
helfen, an
kümmert
diese
euch um die
Kapsel
Träger.
ranzukommen. Feindliche Schiffe sind in der Nähe des Zugs.
Im Raum.
Kreuzer 2
Cortana,
Sturmträger.
Ziele
Ist Ihr
aussuchen
Status.
und Feuer frei.
Jetzt wird's laut.
Ich glaube es nicht, die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo.
Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor.
Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Hey, das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
Don't bonk
Der
me.
erste
Thank you.
Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
That guy needled his teammate. That was cool. It's fast. It's a really good Cairo.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Ich dachte, die hat's alle...
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt.
Yeah, that Cairo is kind of nuts.
Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
No. No, it's not map to see.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Don't blow my shit up. Easy survive. Easy. Alright, we're gonna lose time on this outskirts, but I didn't die. It's not yet.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem
Yeah, this hasn't been a very good level.
Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Wir haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet.
But we are alive. I think I'll lose more than 10 seconds here.
Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum wir mit so einer kleinen
Fortunately. It'll still be green overall.
Groß weiter, nicht bummeln. Das ist ernst, Mann. Oh ja, die Gelegenheit. Na los.
That was some smooth driving there. Getting through those like sideways sections where you have to like ramp up on the wall. It's hard to do without bonking. I like get perfect speed through there.
Noch mehr, hier drüben.
Die Allianz will sich neu formieren. Verhindern Sie das.
Okay. So far so good.
Was? Noch mehr von denen.
There we go. Alright, yeah, like I thought, losing about 10 seconds.
Hey, du hast beim letzten Mal vorn gesessen.
Okay, Metro, you're gonna be nice.
Nette Begrüßung. paar Marines eingeschlossen, Schiss. Konzentriert euch auf die Rays. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
Okay, wir haben noch ein Stück. Hey, Wasser, amigo.
No, I missed my jump. You have another grenade for me? No, you did not. Would have liked another grenade. They didn't actually lose any time. Annoying.
Es ist sie weg. Komme her, Affe. Hab keine Angst. Ich habe eine Banane für dich.
No.
Wie lange willst du dich denn auf Verschlechterung eigentlich?
Vorsichtig, Chief. Dieser Elite war ein Ultra und diese Piloten sind auch nicht von Pappe.
Wohl nur 10 Ausbilder.
Pretty good.
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebieter und Sie sind das Schwert. Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
Fine. That by SXP. Alright, Arbiter. Be nice. Oh, come on. Dude, that first one was perfect. That should have worked. I hate this trick, dude. The ones where I clipped through, slammed into the ground, and died, those were perfect as far as we know. Sometimes you just die because the trick's random and stupid. So that first and like third attempt, both of those should have worked. Stupid trick.
sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gibt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Das ist ja ein richtiger Auflauf.
Wenn Sie mich auf Knien sehen wollen, muss ich Sie enttäuschen.
Sind Sie sicher?
Meine Herren, wie schön, dass Sie zurück sind. Sprechen Sie, Cortana.
Es rührt sich was, Sir, nahe Io. Untersuchungen laufen schon.
Tut mir leid, aber wir müssen hier Druck machen.
Sieht gut aus.
Danke.
Vielen Dank.
Sergeant Major, das Kreuz der Kolonien wird für großen...
That's funny, Samantha. Am I on like a laptop, a phone, and a TV or something ridiculous? You've got it on in your room. He's got it on in his room. What's the hardest mission? Cairo, Gravemind, and Regret are probably the top 3 hardest. But none of the missions are easy on Legendary. There's no free sections. Outskirts and Metropolis are like the closest to free because it's mostly just driving, so it's not that hard. But even those levels are not free. Like, you've already seen me reset once to Metropolis. You can get sniped, you can get blown up by the Wraiths. There's a lot of places you can die. So even the freest of levels are very, very difficult. No. Yo, Vinny, what up? Yeah, Halo 2 Legendary is definitely one of the most challenging. Back in the day, it used to be considered difficult to even beat this game. Like you say, not even speedrunning. Like, this game is like getting the accomplishment to beat Halo 2 on Legendary. If you're like a casual FPS player, it's hard. I mean, if you're like a veteran like Call of Duty or Fortnite, or even a veteran Halo player of a different Halo, like, you could obviously come in and do it with relative ease, but it's not easy. If you beat Halo 1 on Legendary, though, you can probably beat Halo 2 on Legendary. Halo 2 has some sections that are harder, but Halo 1 has some sections that require some tenacity. Truth and Reconciliation, when you have to fight all the enemies on the lift, and then immediately after you have to fight them all in the next big belly room. If you're not experienced, then that room can be really hard. So if you can beat Halo 1 on Legendary, I'd say you can definitely beat Halo 2 on Legendary. It's not that much harder. I think it is harder, but not like way harder. Halo 4 is easy. I don't think it's the easiest. I think Halo Infinite is the easiest. I guess depending on how you play Infinite, though, you can make it easier or harder. Some of the weapons make it easier. But Halo 4 is the main challenge in Halo 4, in my opinion, was there wasn't enough ammo in my casual playthrough. But otherwise, yeah, Halo 4 was pretty easy. I did find some sections challenging in Halo 4. But I don't know, I think really the easiest legendary for me was Halo 3. I don't think anything other than maybe the arc where you have to fight the Scarab and then the section immediately after fighting the Scarab. That section is slightly hard. The Forward Unto Dawn clear is slightly hard. And the 2 Scarabs Citadel fight is slightly hard. But other than that, Halo 3 is like really easy. Especially if you go slow and kill everything on Legendary, or like if you kill most things, like I don't know, I found Halo 3 to be really, really easy on Legendary. I think Halo 3 might be the easiest. Reach was a decent balance. Reach had some hard sections. The elites were pretty challenging. You couldn't get up close like you could in the other games. They just kick you in the head. But if you have good strats, Reach can be pretty easy.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
For Halo 4 speedruns, if you know where the knights spawn, you can just backsmack them as soon as they spawn, which is kind of fun. The Infinity speedrun's kind of cool. I think it's Infinity. You start out in the jungle and then you get on a ship, I'm pretty sure, yeah. But on that speedrun, you basically... Sorry, I had to count. But yeah, you basically just, you know exactly where all the knights spawn, so you spin to the forest section, sprinting around, backsmacking them, like, as soon as they spawn. It's a kind of cool sequence. I don't know if that's actually still the route. They might skip that section now. But that used to be the route. I think it's still in the run. Halo 4 speedruns are kind of interesting. There's a lot of out of bounds. You get out of bounds and you jump along like the rooftops of the like hallways and stuff.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah, at the end of the game, whenever you're in the flying vehicle, you just immediately get out of bounds at the very start, and then you fly straight to the end. It doesn't skip that much. It's kind of just like, instead of doing a zigzag pattern through the level, you just kind of can cut in a straight line. But you do still have to go hit a trigger, so you don't even get to take a pure straight line.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
But it is kind of funny, you just immediately get out of bounds. In the Halo 5 speedrun, there's a section where you get out of bounds immediately at the start of the level, and it's one of my favorite because you skip like all of the dialogue because you go out of bounds at the start, and then you go to the end of the level, and the dialogue that Cortana says right at the end of the level is, "What are you doing?" And then the level ends after doing like some ridiculous out of bounds shenanigans. It's on the mission The Guardians. It's the last level in Halo 5.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Halo 5 is a like casual game I never got into, but the speedrun is kind of interesting. There's quite a bit of out of bounds in that game too. A lot of launches. Like you can, at the first level, there's like giant spinning structures in the background. If you jump on them just right, you can get launched by them really high, and it'll send you into the air. And so you can go like flying across the world and then ground pound to the next section. It's pretty cool. You can go out of bounds in a few different ways in that game. Every Halo game actually has a decent speedrun. It's kind of funny. I think Halo 5 is probably the least popular because it's the only one that is only available on a weird console. Like, nobody really owns an Xbox One, like the original Xbox One. And you can't get it on PC. You can get it, you can play it on the Xbox One S, but if you're playing an Xbox One S, you're probably playing Infinite, right? Like, why wouldn't you? Like, so there's no PC version, it only exists on one console, and it's not that good. Yeah, but I feel like if you have an Xbox One and you're playing Halo, you're either playing Infinite or you're playing MCC. Very few people are playing Halo 5 at this point. Let me in this door. Halo 5 had the best online multiplayer. I'm gonna have to disagree with that one. That is some nonsense. Best online multiplayer. That's a wild take. Of the modern games, sure. Of the modern Halo games, absolutely. But when you say something like that, you're telling me you just weren't there for Halo 2, for Halo 3, or even for Halo Reach. I don't even like Reach, and Reach Online was better than Halo 5. But yeah, of the modern era, Halo 5 was better than Infinite. It was better than 4. So in the last 10 or 15 years, if that's all you know of Halo, then yeah, 5 is good.
verlassen die Athen.
If it lacked player volume, then it's not a good multiplayer game. Part of a good multiplayer game is the multiplayer aspect. And also, it launched without features. Like, for maybe at the end of its lifespan, it was a successful game, but launching without Forge is just unacceptable. The reason it had no players is because the game was not good at launch. By the point that it got good, everyone left. So if a tree falls and no one's around to hear it, does it make a noise? If a video game's decent and everyone's gone, does it fucking matter?
Sir, ich könnte wirklich Ihre Hilfe brauchen.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Wir stecken in Schwierigkeiten.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I don't know. If it was ass for its first 2 years, you can't claim it's the best multiplayer because the other games were not ass for their first 2 years.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Das kriege ich da schon raus.
Also, like, the connections were really annoying in that game. There was the whole lag, you notice every pro would pause all the time because, like, the way sensitivity was tied to, like, server lag and, like, pausing, like, resynced it for some reason. Like, that game, to call that the best when, like, aiming is literally inconsistent in that game, how you gonna call it the best game when you cannot aim consistently? That's wild.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Now, this isn't quite Halo 5's fault, but also a reason that Halo 5 cannot be the best Halo multiplayer is because the Xbox One controller is a piece of shit. The Halo 3 and Halo 2 experience had functioning controllers. The Halo 5 experience involves controllers that are fucking garbage. I hate the Xbox One controller, I really do.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Supposedly the modern ones are better, but it still seems like they wear out like super fast from what I hear. Like, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the Xbox One controllers. I'm not a fan of their shape. They hurt my hands. I claw, and I don't know what the subtle redesign, the difference between 360 controller and Xbox One. My hands hurt a lot worse when I play Xbox One. I can still play like with my normal hand position and like function just fine. But I noticed like it just hurts worse. I find the triggers or the bumpers to be really like weird to press. The way that they actuate isn't the same. So like on the 360, the bumpers are kind of like a solid piece of plastic that bends whenever you press it. And it can bend from a like yeah, that is how it works. And it can be pushed from like any angle. The entire button can be like, it's because it's like kind of like sloped. Any pressure on it pushes it downward and it'll register. But with the way the Xbox One does it, the plastic is a little bit thicker and it can only be pushed from like one direction. So you have to like, rather than like being able to like kind of pull it sideways, like if you imagine that motion of kind of like raking your finger towards yourself, so that kind of pulls the trigger sideways, and that motion doesn't deform the plastic enough to register on the Xbox One controller. So you have to pull more towards yourself than sideways, and that's a little specific and it sounds weird, but I just don't like the way the bumpers function on the Xbox One controllers. They're different, and I don't like it.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Hey Mann, falls ich getroffen werde, spar nicht mit Medikamenten.
God, I hate this trick sometimes.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Alright. Is the box no clip RNG based? Sorta. So this first one is 100% consistent. The second one has randomness because there's a Marine that spawns next to it, and sometimes he will block the box in different ways, and it makes it difficult to grenade the box into position. So sometimes he'll just make it impossible to do, and sometimes he'll make it harder. And also I have to throw the grenades very precisely. So just getting the box into position is slightly random because of its precision. And then once the box is in position, it's not random, but it's really hard. But a lot of these that fail because I don't spend enough time making the box in its like literally perfect spot, because it's not really worth it. It's worth it to just get it in a decent spot and then go for it. It's like with it, it's at the very start of the run. I don't need to stress too hard about like lining up the box like it's an artwork. Just throw the grenades and kind of hope it's in the ballpark is what I'm going for. Shouldn't have reloaded. I don't know. It's still fast. And then the one on Arbiter, the one that I reset to like 20 minutes ago or whenever that was, That one is kind of random because of the way the map decides to kill you. So whenever you go out of bounds, the game says, hey, you're not supposed to be out of bounds, and it tries to kill you. But it doesn't do it every single frame. It only does it like every other frame, or like every once in a while. So depending on exactly when you go through the floor, sometimes you live and sometimes you die. And it's so precise that it's basically impossible to keep track of. So sometimes you die and sometimes you live. It's a cool game.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Can a nade help push you through the floor? No, I don't think a nade would help. The problem isn't the speed that I clip through the floor, it's the timing that I clip through the floor. So like I don't need to go through the floor any faster. I just need to somehow go through the floor at a more consistent time. But it's like frame perfect. It's just really unless we find a different setup, it's just not going to be consistent because you're just never going to be able to move exactly frame perfectly for the entire mission. Like from the very start of the mission, like 2 minutes ago, all the way to the arbiter clip. No matter how skilled you are, you're still not going to be frame perfect. Even if you could be frame perfect, it would be different every time you got there because of randomness. So like the real secret, if we're going to find a consistent way to do that skip, what needs to be done is to find a way to like aim at a spot and just hold forward. And then if that will like 100% give us the clip, then we can like try to find a way to aim at a spot, hold forward, and maybe use the radar to clip through. Like if the pulses of the radar could line up, we could maybe time it that way. But our current method to clip through the floor requires too precise of movement. It's not just aim at a spot and hold forward. It's walk to this line, fall slightly forward, wait like a quarter second, and then hold straight backwards and left. So you have to like do these like kind of precise angled movements. And because it takes all these weird angles and movements, it's like, it's not possible to time that like frame perfectly. But if somebody could find a new setup that was just hold forward, if you could just aim at this spot and hold forward, that would be the dream. Yeah, that's the dream for Arbiter Skip, though, is it something that's consistent enough to just literally just hold forward. That'd be so nice. I think it's out there. I think a version of that skip could very well exist. No way, where'd that grenade come from? Yeah. Full radar animation is 2 tick cycles. Isn't it 2 tick cycles plus 1 or no? Isn't it like slightly desynced? Or is it exactly the same? I know I used the radar to time on Gravemind at the very start of the level. Whenever I get checkpoints, I use the radar to time the deload glitch because it's a consistent pulse. That's my timer. And I know it lines up pretty well with the checkpoints and the way the pulse works.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kamera.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Whenever my timing is 4 radar pulses, and I usually, as soon as the checkpoint hits, then I count 4 radar pulses, and then I can leave the spot. So that's how I know I have enough time.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Fortune. I remember it being more than it. I said 61. Maybe 63 is right. It was. I knew it was two cycles and a little. That's annoying. Yeah, I know. Isn't it? But you could still ballpark it because you could. Whenever I push the button on Arbiter, that essentially starts the timer. So I could know, like, in general, have I lost like 5, 10, 20, 30 frames, and I could add that. But yeah, isn't it really dumb that a radar pulse is just slightly different than exact? That is the only way I know to get game engine tick time from gameplay, though. Or there's also the camo that Arbiter has. I use that as a timer on Tartarus, which I think is really big brain. So Tartarus, his shields, or he's invincible for exactly 10 seconds after you start the fight. So what I do is I start my camouflage, and then as soon as the fight starts, I shoot a bullet. And what that does is it breaks my camouflage, and camouflage takes exactly 10 seconds to recharge. So I watch the camouflage recharge timer. It's a little circle when you're Arbiter, so it shows you on screen. So it's basically giving me a visual countdown. And the visual countdown, as soon as the timer is up, that's when I can start shooting at Tartarus to make sure that he dies. It gives me like optimal early cycles, because I get like a countdown to exactly when I'm supposed to shoot him. I think it's a really big brain strat. It's one of my coolest strats I've come up with. I can sync it exactly to the animation. It's pretty cool.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
gonna get my water. Give me a second.
Alarm! Endgeräte unterwegs.
I feel like there's a new glitch I want to do, but I still don't know what it is. I've had something like brooding in the back of my mind, my subconscious. It's been noodling on something. There's something there. Every minute is 3 cycles. So I'm usually, on my best runs, I'm clipping through the floor. I check my timer, and the very best runs is 1 minute 20. Like an average good run, if I like clip through first try, is like a 125. Assuming I got the sword fly and everything. So that would mean that we're about 4 cycles ahead. Plus a few seconds, which kind of throws a wrench in the works, because a few seconds is 15 frames, which ends up being like a quarter of a cycle, which could be enough to make a difference. Like I don't know that, and also like you need to keep track of your movement down to the cycle. I don't know. It's just I feel like it's unrealistic right now until we get also more refined movement. Yeah, that also isn't accounting for lag, which the game does lag at every checkpoint, which I guess we only get 1, and the game also lags at the loading zone at loading done. And also I don't actually know how it accounts for cutscenes. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like the radar strats have legs, but just not until we get a more refined setup. Don't debag my kill. Don't do it. My kill.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Immer los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Okay, this is pretty fast.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
And a bit. Get stuck inside the ground. Man, that was so fast too.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm! Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm!
Yo, congrats, defend.
Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Let's go. Now you better hope Trump reveals those aliens.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
It's your only hope. Aliens exist. I'm not denying the existence of aliens. I am denying the existence of disclosure by the end of the year, I believe is what the arrangement was. No, it wasn't 1 year. It was by the end of the year, is what very specifically was said. But also you said it in like January, so 1 year and end of the year are basically the same thing.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah, I've talked about this quite a few times on stream, which is funny. It comes up all the time, but I think aliens certainly exist, but I do not think that our government has contact with aliens. I do not think that there are little green men running around on our planet. I do not think that there is a widespread conspiracy to cover it up other than through military aircraft that they're testing and trying. I think almost every single bit of like conspiracy thing that's like seen in the sky is somebody's military. Either that or some, at this point, some hobbyist with a drone or some, it could be anybody at this point, but in general, over the last like 100 years, I think it's almost always a military aircraft of some sort. Or sometimes it's like not even anything like spaceshipy or extraterrestrial or anything of origin. It's just a natural phenomenon that looks interesting and ends up like looking like a spaceship. Like, I mean, I can understand why people think like solar like eclipses were like God speaking to them and stuff. That shit's crazy. Like, I would certainly like natural phenomena and shooting stars and things like that over the years. And I've seen some like crazy videos of like how snow has certain effects. So like if you're in the mountains or in like a rainy or a snowy or a foggy area, you can get like crazy visual effects. Certain lightings and clouds. Sometimes you can get colorful, interesting clouds. Sometimes it's reflections, yeah, depending on where you are with water nearby. Water does like weird things with light, especially really far away, especially if it's hot or if it's foggy. I don't know, but all of those things are just the reasons I think that there's not spaceships on Earth. I do think aliens in some form exist in space on another planet. I think they're... My definition of alien, though, is very different than probably the common definition. My definition of alien is even bacteria. If there's a little kind of multicellular, tiny little organism out there, just amoeba along doing its amoeba thing, I don't know. That's an alien. Even if it's like the most simple creature, that's an alien. I think that has to exist somewhere. And I think if something as close to human intelligence, like if something the same as us exists out there, I think it probably is going to face the same physical problems we're facing, and that energy is not free and light is not able to be stopped. It's has a speed limit. So even if we could explore the cosmos, we're still limited by the speed of light, and the power it would take to explore our immediate region is insane. So unfortunately, I think even if there is something just as advanced as us out there, we're probably not gonna make it far enough to meet each other. Feels bad, man. At least not on a scale of our lifetimes. Or even maybe, probably not on a scale of one planet lifetime. So like, if you say, oh, but we could over like centuries of technology, yeah, we probably could. But humanity currently, we are only a one planet civilization. So like, why are we so certain that somebody else out there is a multi-planet civilization? We haven't done it yet. So I don't know, I think we're really early on in our planet's evolution, even though our planet was one of the earliest formed in the universe, and life here formed like pretty early on. So like if we haven't figured it out yet, the other planets might not have figured it out yet either. I don't know. We might be on like a time scale longer than planets kind of thing. So I have a feeling that just in our lifetimes, we're probably not meeting these aliens. We haven't even made it to our second planet. How can we expect to make it to solar systems away when we haven't even made it to our moon? Like, yeah, technically we've been to the moon, but like we're not really on the moon. That's the closest thing to us and we can't even get there? Are you kidding me? I'm not saying we didn't land on the moon, don't get me wrong. I'm saying we're not on the moon, as in like, nobody's there right now. I think there are literally 0 people on the moon right now, correct? Like, we're not there. To say that we're a multi-planetary species and we can't even make it to the fucking moon? Come on. I know there's not really anything there, but if we want to have a chance at expanding, then we gotta start there. We need to set up a moon base. We need a tiny little shack out there on the moon doing research just like we've done with the International Space Station. Why don't we have like some... We send scientists off to Antarctica and they research in the Antarctic for literally like a year at a time. Like, something is probably feasibly possible on the moon. It would probably cost $1 trillion, but I think it'd be worth it. And when people hear about the cost, the cost doesn't get evaporated up into space. The cost gets spent on the economy. You're paying workers to build things, paying manufacturers to make gigantic structures, paying people to do science and math and further humanity. So the $1 trillion would be worth it. Shut your mouths. I think we should be doing that.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I don't know. I know, like, the misinformed argument against expanding space exploration is people always complaining that you're just, why are we wasting money on space? The money doesn't go to space. The money goes to humans, and then those humans put it into the economy. The money's paying for people to have jobs. Like that's it's a ridiculous complaint. We're not wasting money on space. The only thing that goes to space is technically the raw materials that make up the spaceship, and that's not where the bulk of the cost is. Yes, the raw materials are technically expensive because they have to be certified and all of that, but I think we burned through enough of Earth's raw materials to not penny pinch on this one.
Die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was...
Isn't that what the International Space Station is? You should look up a map and look at how low the International Space Station is. Yes, I am talking about something exactly the same as the International Space Station, but I want it on the moon. Like, look at it, try to find a scale replica of how low the International Space Station is compared to the moon. I think it's less than, I think it's less than 0.5% of the way to the moon, like less than 1%. It's like barely above our atmosphere. It's so close. It's the International Space Station is barely in space, and by some people's definition, it's not even in space. It's like that close around us. So yes, I think the International Space Station is cool, and I want something just like it, but I want it on the moon.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I mean, obviously it would be a logistic nightmare. It would cost a lot of money and planning, but NASA can do it. Like, I mean, just my naive approach is you could send, over a course of like 10 years, you send like multiple rockets, and each of them just drops off a payload. And that payload is the materials required to build a structure. So then after 10 years, we hope that we're planning this. This is actually part of long-term planning, and NASA does this. they bake in the fact that technology will probably be slightly better 10 years from now. So then you plan that by 10 years, then we might be able to send people or robots or something to make use of those materials and construct our thing. So like, it would be a very long-term like plan, but I don't know. I think it's doable. It just start sending, like, first you figure out what the structure you want to build is, and then send the materials. Send kind of flexible materials so that if your designs change slightly, you can build slightly, but also send it like IKEA mode so that like everything just can be plugged and plopped in so a robot could do it. Or even self-assembling, which I know I've seen some self-assembling technology that NASA has of like foldable robots and shit. So you could send it down in pallets and then it fold itself into whatever it wants to do. This wouldn't come out of your pockets. Do you know how much the money the US spends on space exploration compared to everything else? This wouldn't come out of your pockets. This would come out of the military's pocket, which already gets 10 trillion times more than it needs. This should be where some of the military money goes. This is expanding our military. The technology it would take to build this shit would expand our military. This would be a perfect use of our military budget. This wouldn't come out of your pocket. I don't know. This just feels like something that humanity could strive for. That it's like space age technology. It's futuristic, stupid shit, but it's something humanity really could achieve.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir...
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuze vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander auf. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um die Träger.
Ziele aussuchen und Feuerfahrt.
And I wish that there was more of like a public sentiment to like agree with what I'm saying. Like I think a lot of people like the last sentence I just said isn't that outrageous. A lot of people agree that yeah, eventually humans have the capability to settle the moon. That's not really that controversial, but I wish there was more of a public push to do it. Like I don't think everyone else, when I say a statement like that, they think yeah, maybe 100 or 200 years from now. I think we could start now. I think similar that in the 1960s there was a space race to get to the moon just because the public wanted to do it. Like we wanted to beat the Soviets. It was a kind of a it was an arms race to prove we could do it, to prove our technology was better, to prove we had control of space. But like ultimately it was just because the public wanted it done. And so we did it. I wish there was more sentiment to get shit done.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Schon in Ordnung. Ich würde mich auch vor mir verstecken.
See, I don't know, I always hear the argument there's nothing to gain, there's no money in it, and it costs too much money. I feel like it's just not true. You earn so, like, the technology you get from a space race is like, it pays for itself. Like, you dump enough money into these people asking them to be creative, and you're gonna get like new forms of commerce. Like like we're still using stuff today that came about because of the 1960s. It's arguable that I wouldn't be streaming on Twitch and playing this video game in front of you guys if it wasn't for the space race of the 1960s.
Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I don't know. I feel like people agree with what I'm saying. I just wish it was more publicly voiced. I want more science, more literacy, more push for the future. I want future technology that helps us, not future technology that draws art. I don't know.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
It is kind of insane to think about the computers they used to land on the moon. They were still using punch card type computers back then. Computers that were almost as big as a room. I don't think they were quite that large back then, like during the moon landing especially, but they were huge. They were like the size of a desk at that time. Like an entire like cabinet of a computer.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
No, that makes too much sense. Samantha, I'm just gonna make America great again.
Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
That's what I'm trying to do. It's what the man says he's gonna do. I'm clicking the Make America Great Again button. Politician wouldn't lie to me. I've never been lied to. I can tell. People know better than to lie to me.
Hallo, willkommen zur Show.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Das treibe ich raus.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
You guys think we should blow up the moon? Is it illegal to blow up the moon? Hypothetically, if I had the means, if I had come up with a new method to blow up the moon, would I get arrested? Life would end? No, I don't think life would end. It would affect us, but I don't think we would die. I think our tides would be different, our oceans would be affected, there'd be catastrophic consequences. People would die. Life? No, I think humans live on. I think plants live on. I think our planet functions just fine without a moon.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
That doesn't answer the question, though. Is there a rule that says I'm not allowed to blow up the moon? Who is going to prosecute me? Hypothetically, let's say I don't blow it up because that might leave debris. Let's say I learn how to vanish the moon. I learn how to teleport it out of existence. Nobody's directly killed. Maybe there's buildings to damages because the tides are different. But in general, I just stole the moon. Is that illegal?
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Isn't that Despicable Me? Oh, is it? I've never seen that movie. I thought that was about the Minions. Are the Minions trying to steal the moon? So does he go to jail? Do the minions all go to jail for stealing the moon? I mean, maybe what I'm asking is the plot to Despicable Me, but there's no way this movie addresses the fact that it's illegal. Does it? That'd be kind of funny. Like, I'm sure I'm not the first to think of stealing the moon. Obvious. Everyone wants to steal the moon. I'm not the 500th to think of stealing the moon. Who hasn't? Who hasn't tried to steal the moon? I've been plotting for years. I'm just wondering. This is why I'm asking. We're all plotting to steal the moon. Obviously, I'm racing you guys. But who's gonna get me in trouble if I take it? Where would I put it? I'm not gonna tell you where I'd put the moon. You think I'm stupid?
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
What happens if there's a trolley driving over a track? And you can redirect it, but it steals the moon. I don't know. Either way, I'm taking the moon. I don't give a shit about those people. Fuck them kids. You guys hear about the NASA employee who stole the moon rock samples that they brought back on the moon mission? And then he brought them to a hotel room and slept with his girlfriend in the hotel room bed and sprinkled each other with moon rocks? That really happened.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
A non-enforceable UN treaty would prevent me. Okay, so come and arrest me. Yeah, I mean, what does the UN do? They don't do shit. I'm stealing the moon. They ain't gonna stop me.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I'm gonna, after I get this record, I'm devoting my life resources to stealing and conquering the moon. I'll receive a very stern letter. Yeah, they'll condemn my actions. While I'm riding off into space on my moon, wearing a cowboy hat and a lasso.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Disturbing the peace. Did he just say lasso? Shut up. Lasso. Yeehaw. Literally Despicable Me.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Honestly, if I was powerful enough to steal the moon, what's the UN gonna do? I'll steal the UN too. I just started watching Doctor Who. There's a couple episodes about aliens who come in and kind of overthrow the British government. I'll just follow their plan, and I see where they messed up, so I can easily overthrow the government now. How are you still shooting? Started at the 2005 series, so the 9th Doctor, I think. I just made it to the 10th Doctor. I'm surprised there's only one season of the first guy. He was pretty good. Yeah, I think there's technically new Who at this point. I think season 1 is like a new set of seasons for Doctor Who. I started at series 1 from 2005. I think there's, starting in 2023, there's another series 1. I don't know what you call the eras yet. I'm not a Who super fan or anything. I just started watching it, but I looked up a guide to see like what order to watch the show, just to make sure, and everyone said it's fine to start with the 2005. That's kind of the best point. And then I looked up the number of episodes there were, and the old Who, like the original, they have like 150 episodes for one Doctor. I just finished season 1, and there was 15 episodes, or 14, and that was the entire existence of this Doctor, so 14 episodes. And then the old episodes had like 140 for one Doctor. But also I looked it up, and although it's 140 episodes, they were like, the number of stories was really only like 40, because they were broken into kind of 3 episode arcs where there was a bunch of filler and nothing really happened. So it was like a multi-episode arc, and it seems, I haven't watched them yet, but from what I could tell, they don't actually tell that many stories, even though they have 150 episodes. So I was wondering if maybe I could find like an abridged version of the old episodes, so I could know what the stories were without having to watch 150 episodes. I've also learned that Doctor Who's unique because you actually cannot watch every single episode. You probably don't know anybody who has seen every episode of Doctor Who. You might think you do, and they might even say they have. But there were missing episodes that once they aired back in the 1960s, nobody recorded them, or at least none of the recordings have been preserved. So we don't have a recording of a lot of the not a lot, but like I think it's a dozen or so at this point. But every few years somebody will come forward and like find a treasure trove of VHS tapes, and they'll include an ancient episode of Doctor Who, and it's one of the missing ones every once in a while. But because not many people had VCRs back then, and the broadcast station didn't save all of their tapes, because there was literally 150 episodes and there was like 10 doctors, so that's a lot of episodes of Doctor Who. I think there's literally 880 in total for the entire franchise. So some of the tapes got lost, and those episodes just are gone forever. There's some completely lost episodes of Doctor Who, which is kind of funny.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
It's kind of sad to think about lost media. I don't know why. A lot of people, I think, are naive and think that stuff on the internet will last forever. It didn't used to be that way, and there is stuff that used to be on the internet that has been lost forever. Like, when we were first uploading videos for Halo, there was a website called Mythica, and we all uploaded our Halo videos there. And then one day, the guy randomly shut down the website. He actually gave us a little bit of warning. But yeah, he shut down the website, and now it's all gone. Those videos are completely lost to the internet. The guy deleted the files, the website doesn't exist, there's no backup on like archive.org, they're just gone. And there's something, like sometimes that happens on the internet, like sometimes a website disappears, sometimes websites die. I think it's been a while since a major website has like completely vanished. A lot of people have kind of forgotten that the internet isn't completely permanent and things can vanish off the internet. Losing media is annoying. That's pretty good.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Nintendo shut down all the ROM sites? Are you serious? Like right now it's like gonna be really hard to get ROMs now? Is this happening today? That sucks. I hope that's not true, but I mean, I'm still able to sail the seas. I imagine I could find a way, but that sucks that they're cracking down on that. I always hate to hear that. I think if the video game is impossible to purchase, it should be freely available on the internet as an emulated game, because who the hell's profiting off of keeping it locked away? So some of these games, like, you cannot buy Super Mario Bros. You can't go to the store and purchase that game. Let me just emulate it. And you might say, well, they have a virtual shop version of it. Sure. Okay, well, maybe Super Mario Bros. Sure, let them sell let them copyright it or whatever. I don't care. What about the random obscure games they don't have on their store, but they still copyright strike and prevent you from playing? Because those exist, and it's bullshit.
Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Hey, das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir. Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
Pretty fast. I've been zooming on my Kairos recently. Oh yeah, Nightmare. I'm still not sure there is. I don't think that was ever rectified. I think that's a show that's literally impossible to watch. But I think still technically illegal to download as well.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
That was pretty fast.
Bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
No, I screwed up my slide. It's still fine. Pretty fast. Would have been better if I kept my slide.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen.
No, Zoo's just been grinding MCC every day. Zoo's actually been doing 2-a-days. He's been streaming in the morning and in the night. He's been grinding hard on MCC. His time's good. MCC also is a lot more consistent. It has Arbiter Skip is consistent, and Oracle has invincibility and a little bit more consistency. It's what else is more consistent on there? Like regret gondola launch is more consistent. Last clip on Arbiter. But the big breakthrough that's made the MCC time drop dramatically in the last like year or two is Arbiter Hanger Skip got a really consistent setup. So now they get a lot more runs that make it to the end game. It used to be where the trick sucked, or it used to not exist, and then it used to be a trick that was difficult to do, so that similar to the situation I'm in, where I don't get that many runs out of Arbiter because the trick's bullshit. But once they got like 100% consistent Arbiter, the times just started falling. Now they're able to get a lot more runs to Gravemind, which means they get more like attempts to get a perfect Gravemind, which Zoo did in his last round. He got a pretty much perfect Gravemind. So it's kind of cool. The consistency of MCC has been pretty cool to see him improve. Oops, I was reading chat. I ran into the wall. Thought I saw it another second. Oh yeah, High Charity is way more consistent than MCC. And it's also like a minute faster. So it also, not just is it easier and more consistent, it's shorter. So you don't have to be as pressured while you're doing it for as long. It's half as long. I don't know, I would call it, even if every metric was exactly the same, but the trick took half as long on one version, I would call that almost twice as easy, you know? Because you don't have to do it for as long, and the part of the difficulty of the trick is that you don't add the duration. But even on top of that, it is also easier because the flood sticks to your head better, and the falling part is easier. So there's a lot of reasons it's like it's way easier on MCC, but the flood like straight sticks to your head, so you can fly a lot better with them. Your hands aren't usually tired at High Charity. Your hands are shaking because you're nervous at High Charity, if anything. But yeah, it does make a difference. High Charity skip gets like twice as hard whenever you are nervous. If it's a really insane run, your hands get a little bit shaky. Sword flying and High Charity skip both get much more difficult with shaky hands.
Nette Begrüßung.
I haven't been very shaky on Legendary. When I was doing easy runs, I was pretty shaky pretty often. But on Legendary, I'm not getting enough good runs to get shaky. I haven't been attached to any of these, because I can't make it out of Gravemind on an insane pace yet. I feel like my next one that makes it out of Gravemind, I'm probably going to get a little shaky. No. Okay, I did get the checkpoint.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Grays. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
No, I blew myself up because he was next to me. Man, that was fast too. I thought he was gonna die. Oops. Yeah, Pedal, let's hear it. I have a feeling it's not actually gonna be true, but let's hear it. I'm always ready to hear it. I'm always really open to hearing things. I'll hear them. I might disagree with you, and then if you keep badgering on about it, I might tell you you're an idiot. But I give the idea a chance. I'll hear it once.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Und Sie sagten...
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Every once in a while, Twitch chat brings a good idea. The problem is, like 9 times out of 10, they bring a terrible idea, and then I try to say, hey, no, that's not a good idea, and then they bring it again, and they say, hey, do this, and then I'm like, no, it's a bad idea, and then they're like, do this, and I'm like, no, it's a bad idea, and then I'm like, do this. Like, I've been doing this for 20 years, I promise, I know it's a bad idea. They don't believe me. Yo, like it, thank you.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole. Alarm!
I don't think the same MCC style flick thing works on Classic for driving. Are you saying like do like a little, like just a quick little like circle kind of thing? I can give it more of a try, but usually I don't have a problem flipping there, but I did have it the last 2 runs, so I can try it. I don't think that's actually the issue, but I can try it. See if I remember to do it. Are we near the end of the stream? I don't know, I probably have like an hour and a half or 2 left in me. It's actually my birthday today. I'm trying to decide if I want to go do something tonight. Or if I want to... I mean, I went out last night. I hung out with friends like when it turned my birthday, but... deciding if I want to go do anything exciting tonight. Did I eat today? No, not yet. I'll probably have a granola bar pretty soon. Thank you for this pedal.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole. Das ist keine Übung. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Are you on OG Xbox, Dan, or are you on 360? I'm not certain that it will crash on OG Xbox. I think it actually probably does not crash on OG. OG, yeah, okay. I'm not surprised. But also, you might just not be moving right. Make sure you're not using the Godshog, because that might make a difference. I don't know. And then try to copy the way I was moving. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it does not crash on OG. It is Tuxedo, it is. It's actually my real birthday today. Not my fake made-up birthday that Twitch chat gives me every other day. Thank you for the gifted. That's a funny roll, yeah. Congrats to Bry. Do I want to go do anything for my birthday? I should. I don't know what I want to do though. What do I like to do? You know, the normal stuff. PCP, steal catalytic converters, light stuff on fire, tax fraud.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
What are your guys' favorite crimes to commit and admit to live on stream? Mine's tax fraud. Good old tax evasion. Gotta be the #1 crime, right?
Willkommen zur Party, Sir.
Arson. No, see, the problem with arson is that sometimes things get destroyed. Like, yeah, fire is cool, but destruction of information is not cool. So, loses points. Lighting a dealership on fire, I don't know, gains points. Depending on which make and model.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
No, I've not heard of them.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
hate this spawn, dude.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum, die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen, an die Zündkapsel heranzukommen.
Ugh, that spawn's so annoying. That was fast too. How far back the checkpoint is.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Depending on where you live, blasphemy is a pretty good crime.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Deckung! Au! Ich sehe einen. Oh verdammt, es versteckt sich vor uns.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Where am I?
An alle, besetzt
I don't know. Where are you? I think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto.
Bin ich gut!
keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Noch ein Feind! Jagd unterwegs!
No, that didn't stick, did it? It did. Did you know that one of the Marines at the start of this level, the random dialogue they say, if you punch them, one of them can say, "We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto."
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Obviously, I wouldn't say that on the German version. Although some dialogues in some versions didn't get completely translated. For instance, on the Chinese version on Cairo Station, whenever you meet up with Miranda in the hallway, she can speak both English and Chinese. And also Marines on
Alarm! Enter-Truppen
Regret can speak both English and Japanese.
Kann sich das mal einer ansehen?
alle. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I don't even understand what you're describing with audio delay, to be honest. Can you describe it again?
Besetzt die Kampfstationen. Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Bereit? Da kommen sie! Hey!
Hochführen dich ab.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern
Okay,
der Athen,
Daniel, I
genau
think.
wie bei der Malta.
Where are you
Die
hearing
Allianz muss
good
was
luck?
zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Are you sure it's not because you're just not looking where you're supposed to look? The reason I walk backwards on this level whenever the spaceship is blowing up is because it makes the dialogue progress quicker. Are you sure you're not just looking at the thing that you're supposed to look at? I'm not sure what dialogue good luck you're even talking about, if I'm being honest. But I have a feeling you're just delaying the dialogue by, like, delaying it. Oh, okay, whenever the door is supposed to open at the start.
Alarm. Enter Truppen unterwegs.
Good luck, Cairo. That one. Yeah, I think you might just not... I think it has to do with where you're looking. If you look away from the door, it'll take longer, I'm pretty sure. Or also, if you don't go all the way into the room, then he won't place down his turret. If you're standing at the top of the stairs, it won't progress. You can delay it. I don't know, I have a feeling you're not doing anything fancy by restarting the mission. I have a feeling that you are just delaying the audio somehow.
Dies ist keine Übung. Alarm. Enter Truppen unterwegs.
Is there a way to inject YouTube chat into Twitch? I mean, usually I have it on stream. I haven't had it the last couple days because my chatbot's glitched and I need to restart my computer. But usually I have it on stream. But I don't know of like an extension that does what you're asking.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Had all your phone calls. Congrats.
Da kommt es!
Did they announce aliens between then and now?
Den krieg ich!
Dies ist keine Übung.
Yeah, actually, Trump just went on TV and announced aliens. It's crazy. Said something about keeping them in El Salvador or something. I don't know. I don't know what he's going on about.
Hochführen diesmal.
Stoßendes Biest.
Oh no, Twitch chat or YouTube chat believes me. No, I'm trolling.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
So, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum, die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss...
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander auf. Zweite Echelon im Lauf. Kümmert euch um die Träger. Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Ist ihr Status 2 Sturmträger. Jetzt wird's laut.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sich zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
How's it not opening yet? Well. Uh-oh.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen
No, there's still a grunt alive. Bullshit. If you're trying to recreate the door glitch, Daniel, I don't think it happens on Cairo Station. I think it happens on a different level. I think it happens when you load Cairo Station from the main menu. I think you're barking up the wrong tree trying to search out what you're searching. The reason I think that is because clicking restart mission, the glitch persists. So I can show up, I can like get to the door, I can look at it and it'll be glitched out. And then I can click restart mission and I can get back to that point and it'll still be glitched out. So I think it has something to do with the last, so you know whenever you die you can double revert, you can revert to 2 checkpoints. I think it has something to do with the shape of the last 2 checkpoints you got and the last 2 levels you played. So the game also remembers the last level you played. It's the reason why loading screens are sometimes faster or slower. Sometimes when you start up a level it like instantly loads because it's still remembered that you played it very recently. I think by lining up the last 2 checkpoints you got and the last 2 levels you loaded, I think something glitches out and lines up just perfectly, and the state of one of the levels happens to like line up with the state of this level and it glitches out the door. I think that's what's happening. My guess is that saving and quitting on a perfect cycle on the Scarab for Metropolis, and then loading up Metropolis on a perfect cycle, or not Metropolis, then loading up Cairo. I think it's probably like a frame perfect load, and also it's probably literally random based on hard drive speed. It could be like an actual just like RNG hard drive glitch that sometimes like 1 in 1,000 the hard drive writes at this particular timing. I don't know. It could be a lot of things. But the fact that it's happened to multiple people on multiple different Xboxes, on multiple different doors, leads me to believe it's recreatable in some sense. Even if it's random, I think you can at least find the parameters that create it. Anything different from OG to 360? Not for the speedrun, but there are differences. The door glitch you mean? I've never seen the door glitch on the original, so I'm not sure. Someone in my YouTube comments said they had the door glitch happen to them on Master Chief Collection, but I don't know if I believe them. I don't know. They never provided a video or any pictures or any follow-up, but they said they had it happen. So I don't know, you always gotta not trust YouTube. I've never seen the door glitch on OG, Daniel, but also we've only seen the door glitch like 4 times ever, and that's after speedrunners started doing thousands of resets. So it only happens to speedrunners, and speedrunners play on the 360. So just because it hasn't happened on the OG doesn't mean it's impossible on the OG. It's just that the people recording happen to all be playing on 360. The glitch. You haven't seen the door glitch on Cairo Station? There's a glitch on Cairo where sometimes a door just appears out of nowhere. And you're soft locked, you can't progress the level. It has to do with the device states being wrong for the machine pieces of the door. One of the places it can happen is right after Hangar 1 skip. So right after I do this ghost, you know how there's sometimes debris of an exploded door on the ground? Instead of being debris on the ground, there's just a solid, intact door blocking my way. So imagine like just being stuck like right here at this spot right there. I just could not progress. The door is just completely solid. It's happened at a few different locations, like where the doors are, and it's happened to a few different people over the years. So it's kind of interesting. We don't know how to recreate it. That's pretty fast.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
I've had it happen on this door right here as well. I've also seen it on the very first door, right after the let 'em have it. Right after the very start, I've seen it right there. Wait, this is zooming. This is really fast. So fast.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Wirklich übel.
Pretty fast.
Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
Pretty good. Let's go.
Die Sache ist dringend.
Little scary there in the bomb room.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Get another run. It's my live run record on Cairo. That's what a gold split is, but it's the same as world record. It's a 354. The timer calls it a 355, but retimed as an individual level, it's 354. So 10 seconds faster than what I just did.
Sergeant, ich brauch Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
It's really hard to go that fast, though.
Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
No. Okay, checkpoint's close. Checkpoint's close. Can't believe he just sniped me from that far away.
Der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
That's annoying.
Chief, vom Träger sind
It could have been way worse, though. The checkpoint was pretty good.
Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Rampen. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen.
No worries, I don't mind the lurking.
Fläche der Allianz analysiert.
Leave the stream open in the background. Collect that ad revenue.
Die haben uns hier wohl nicht
Or subscribe. One of the two.
Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt.
Don't forget to follow and subscribe and tell your friends about the stream. Steal your grandma's credit card and use her Twitch Prime. I've been trying to expand into the grandma demographic because I feel like lots of grandmas have Twitch Prime and Amazon Prime, but they don't watch Twitch streams. So if you could like ask your grandma for her credentials, log into her account, use her Prime on me, I could be making a fortune. This is an untapped gold mine, and I need you guys to help. Get your grandmas on board. I need to start getting grandmas addicted to speedruns.
Hey, da ist noch einer.
Die Allianz will sich neu formieren. Verhindern Sie das.
If you didn't have to manually resub every month, then this really would be a legitimate strategy. I could actually like double my sub count almost. I wouldn't even consider it that unethical to use your grandma's Twitch Prime sub. It's automatic for you. No, it shouldn't be automatic. I think you have to click a checkbox every month and renew it. Unless you're using some extension or script, which I don't know about. They probably do exist. Twitch subs are automatic. So if you're a paid sub, then that's automatic every month. But if you're a Prime sub, then it's not.
Das können die Dinger.
Okay, that really wasn't very much time lost for dying once.
Gehen Sie los. Wir alle folgen.
Put an ad into the newspaper. You're right. You know what? You're thinking like a boomer. I was thinking, tell my Twitch friends, get the word out. No, go straight to the boomers. Put it in the newspaper. Who else reads the newspaper but grandma? Holy cow, this man's a genius. Nobody's read a newspaper in 45 years. Hey Cats with the Prime, thank you. Appreciate you.
Nette Begrüßung.
Forgot to try your little flick. Uh-oh. I rolled. Don't kill me.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Rays. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
Sir, Corporal Perez, Kompanie A, Kommandostand ist da drüben. Der Lieutenant wurde beim Absprung getroffen.
Wer hat jetzt das Kommando, Corporal?
Sergeant Banksman. Er ist oben. Kommen Sie, ich zeig's Ihnen.
This is a really good start to a round. I didn't get there on time. It's not about trusting. I looked at the timer and I know for a fact that I did not get there on time. I didn't even need to look at the timer. I looked at the timer to know how long I had to wait. Once you flip in the Warthog, like I flipped in the Warthog during the driving section right before that Wraith. That guarantees that I make slow cycle. It's literally impossible after that to make early cycle. So I was guaranteed to wait.
Vorsichtig, Chief. Dieser Elite war ein Ultra und diese Piloten sind auch nicht von ab.
You start to lock in. Good. Gotta lend me your energy.
Dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getauft. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
Ein Geräusch.
Alright, here we go. No. Okay, second try. We're still in there. Not bad.
Feind gesichtet. Ja, gehen Sie nachsehen.
Please do not. Thank you. pretty good.
Kümmert euch ihn, Brüder.
Little late.
Verteidige das Orakel. Seine Wahrheit soll nie verstummen.
We're lucky.
Die Ketzer mobilisieren ihre Luftstreitkräfte, Gebieter. Schnappt euch ihren Anführer, aber passt
Well,
auf.
we're gonna lose time,
Die
but we'll still be
schicken
green.
Phantom zur Unterstützung.
That's interesting, Fortune. That is very interesting.
Der Anführer der Ketzer ist in diesem Teil der Station. Räumt die Landezone und geht da rein.
Okay, we're still green.
Wir dürfen nicht aufgeben. Was ist hier passiert? Einen Gebieter sendet eine Profiten an,
Der muss ganz nah sein.
zu erledigen.
Komm raus, damit wir die Tür können.
Stellt euch auf. Anführer!
Bleibt. Die Flat greift uns an.
That's good, clear.
Was haben Sie getan?
Los, Gebieter. Wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach.
The biggest time save is regret. Other than that, it's just small everywhere. Can I turn my volume up so my ads don't blow your speakers? It's as loud as it can go, unfortunately. I need to figure out how to balance it better. You're not the only one who's had this complaint, and I'm sorry. I don't really know how to fix it right now. Is it just my mic that's quiet, or is it the game as well, or the whole stream needs to go louder? I need to figure out some setting to boost the entire stream, but you're not the only one to make the complaint. I know sometimes I get to mumbling, like I don't talk very loud. So maybe you turn the volume way up when I'm kind of quiet, and then... I don't know. I can't really mess with it right now, obviously, but I know it's something I probably should be looking into. Also, there are Chrome extensions that can raise the volume of a video player, but that might also raise the ad volume, I'm not sure. So maybe that doesn't solve your issue. Yeah, Johnny, but I don't know how to fix it right now, so I will try to look into it eventually. Alright, here we go. That's pretty good. Uh-oh. Really need to hit that jump. Okay. It's fine. Oh, somebody. 22, I said. 22 or 23, somewhere around there. Did I say 23? Pretty sure it was 22. Pretty good. This is one of my one of my fastest starts.
Anführer, der Sturm erreicht uns. Wir können die Stellung nicht halten.
Bringt die Phantoms zur Mine. Wir gehen erst, wenn der Anführer der Ketzer tot ist.
Was wird es kosten, eine Mine zu bereiten?
Gebieter, die Flat ist jetzt überall in der Station. Wir sind zu wenige für so eine Riesenverseuchung. Sucht den Anführer dieser Ketzer. Tötet ihn jetzt.
Ain't no way, man. Okay, at least my checkpoint's super close. That's like the best checkpoint you can get. I can't believe I died there.
Gebieter, die
That was
Flat
like
ist
gold
jetzt
split
überall in der
pace.
Station. Wir sind zu wenige für so eine Riesenverseuchung. Sucht den Anführer dieser Ketzer. Tötet ihn jetzt.
Man, I can't believe I screwed that up. Die. It's still fast. Usually my goal is sub 8 before this cutscene, which we did just hit. My very fastest runs ever are sub 8 before this button. So we're like barely behind my fastest runs ever. I'm not too worried about that time loss. That lost a lot more than 2 seconds. And more than 10 as well, but it's still fine.
Alle meine Phantoms sind in der Luft, Gebieter. Los, trennen Sie das Kabel.
Defend really is a computer over here. He thinks he's a robot. He gets 1 0 and 2 confused as if he's typing. Can you believe this?
Das ist einer. Bei den Propheten. Die Station schlingert ja vielleicht.
He thinks he's fucking robot.
Ein letztes Kabel, Gebieter.
We can still save time on the split, even with that death. I need a good ending, but it's possible.
Das hat gereicht. Die Station ist im freien Fall. Der Anführer der Ketzer ist unterwegs. Lasst ihn nicht entkommen. Wir bleiben hier, solange es geht.
That sword cancel was kind of sick.
Moment, der Hangar. Dort war ein Seraph-Kampfjäger. Gemietet.
That was a pretty cool backup. Get inside, get inside. Oh, I had the camo so early. Yeah, I didn't get the best cancel there. It's fine. Okay, pretty good level. I'll save more than 10 seconds on the split, I think.
Wir haben die Prophetensieger gekauft, Gebieter. Mit einem neuen Kommando, einer neuen Flotte oder einem Versprechen. Worum es reicht. Sehen Sie sich um, Gebieter. Wie viele andere Einrichtungen erfolgt auf diese den Sparrows. Aber wo sind die Waffengebieter? Was ist herausgesprungen? All die investierte Zeit und Mühe unserer Bluttäter, nur um diesen Geschöpfe auf Eis zu legen. Und wo sind jetzt diese Götter, die uns die Propheten anbeten lassen? Transzendiert? Wohl kaum. Kommen Sie, Gebieter. Ich zeige Ihnen, wohin Sie gegangen sind.
Diese Mine ist mehrere Jahrhunderte älter als Installation einfach.
Alright.
Sir, wir müssen diese Geschütze neutralisieren.
Please give me the checkpoint. I really want a checkpoint right here. Please. If I miss this jackal, we're going back to the start of the level. Yeah. That was scary.
Artillerie ausgeschaltet, Sergeant. Landezone ist sicher. Vorerst.
Verstanden. Wir gehen runter. Stellung halten.
Leichter gesagt als getan. Phantoms.
No. A minute and 20 seconds down the drain because I get instant melted by an ultra elite. Are you kidding me? One of the longest deaths you can get in the game. Just no checkpoints anywhere. Oh cool, a checkpoint. Glad I had that. One of the longest deaths you can get. I didn't even make a mistake. You just get blown up. Bip bop boop. Didn't even make it to the ghost.
Artillerie ausgeschaltet, Sergeant. Landezone ist sicher. Vorerst.
Verstanden. Wir gehen runter. Stellung halten.
Leichter gesagt als getan. Phantoms im Anmarsch, Chief.
Run went from one of the best I've ever had to way below average. Off of one death. Feels bad, man. Still good? No, it's not good. We're going to be 2 minutes red. World record's dead.
Vorsicht, wir kommen zu einem weiteren Komplex.
I didn't even get the skull. No. Let's do another one. It's my party, I can cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gebt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Das ist ja ein richtiger Auflauf.
Wenn Sie mich auf Knien sehen wollen, muss ich Sie enttäuschen.
Sind Sie sicher?
You come looking for me, Spelunker, you'll disappear just like the moon.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
You keep your mouth shut. He didn't see nothing. Did you miss a solid run? Nope. We're still on Cairo, see? Right where we started. Nothing's changed. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Oh, the years go by. No. Did you even hit that?
Alarm! Enter Truppen unterwegs.
Does anybody own the center of the earth? Whenever we like talk about owning land, how deep do we own? Do we own all the way down, all the way to the middle? Is it? I'm pretty sure I've read like rights disputes, so like to build in a certain area you have to get zoning rules and you have to have the right to build in that area according to like the laws and whatever. I've heard that sometimes companies don't want to get the right building laws, so they just build under, and they go all the way under all of the pre-existing material, and it's more expensive to go deeper, but it ends up like letting them like get around certain rules. Is there a limit to how deep you can go? Can I just like, can I own the center of the earth? I'm gonna be the first person to the center of the earth, and I'm gonna claim it as my own. You guys know we've like barely scratched the surface on like drilling a hole. Go look up like a 2-scale model of the deepest hole ever drilled by humans, and look at how tiny it is. We're not even close. I think the Russian experiment is still the deepest hole, but the other experiments that have tried are still not even close. They spent like 10 years of Soviet Russian money like just digging a hole with like super diamond laser cutters, just going straight down, trying to dig as deep as they could go. It gets so, the pressure gets so intense and the heat gets so high that they have to like change out the special like laser bits all the time. Like, it was like a whole operation kind of thing. And really, like, nothing was really learned from digging the hole, I don't think. Like, nothing of much scientific interest. They just dug a big hole. I mean, not that that's not... Sometimes you just dig a big hole to dig a big hole. But I don't think, like... There's been no reason to dig that deep yet. We haven't found anything cool. We haven't done anything with it. We don't have any cool technology down there. We're just trying to dig, but it's not very deep. It's, in the grand scheme of the Earth, it's not that deep.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
It's just not that deep, bro. Oh, come on. Swordfly, damn it. Oh, come on. That was fast, too. That was actually really fast.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
I don't know, it's kind of mind-blowing to think that we haven't explored the depths of our Earth, the depths of our ocean. We haven't drilled to the center of our Earth. There's so much we haven't done on Earth. Kind of crazy.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Somebody should go down to the bottom of the ocean and just turn on a big flashlight. Illuminate the entire thing. The size of the sun. Light that shit up. Let's see what those fish fucks are hiding down there. I have a feeling they've been amassing an army waiting for an invasion, and I intend to prove it by illuminating the waters and showing everyone else the fear that lies below. I don't think you can trust those fish.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
Hey Lord, thank you for the sub. We suspect they're aggressive, so we're going to invade them. Exactly. Glad you understand. I think we came up with a new conspiracy theory. This one's a good one, isn't it? Should I start spreading this? Can we start getting on the forums, go on 4chan, start talking about lighten up the oceans to expose the fish? I think this is a good one. We can this one can cook. I mean, hypothetically, if you believe that there's alien technology hidden in the oceans, which some people do believe, we could be barking up their tree. This conspiracy would go great for them. If you're scared of like ancient technology that crashed in the ocean, this is for them. If you think Atlantis was real, if you think the fish fucks are plotting to overthrow the world, I mean, really, I think we should be illuminating the oceans. We should be placing stars in the ocean. I'm tired of not knowing what's going on down there.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
We've given these fish long enough to organize a democracy and organize themselves into like a coherent government. They're just not figuring it out. We need to go in there and spread some freedom. Kyle's right. It's time to spread some American freedom to these oceans. The the lost city of Atlantis is about to be the 52nd state. With Governor Poseidon. Yeah, Socrates, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. You're not coming to the Seattle tournament later this month, are you? You're not. I don't know if any Philadelphia players are coming. You went to San Francisco this year? Nice. That's usually a fun one. I usually go. I didn't go this year because I'm not really traveling right now. But I did just go to Portland. I just won in Portland last week. That was kind of fun. It was a small one though. It wasn't like a major one. San Francisco is pretty fun though.
Hallo, willkommen zur Show.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Chess? No. A ridiculous game called Killer Queen. It's a game where there's 3 different ways to win, and you have to work as a team of 5 to accomplish one of the ways to win. It's a video game, it's an arcade game. You play it with a joystick and a button. Just one button. Like a classic, like, Pac-Man style, 1 button and 1 joystick kind of game. But there's 5 people on a team, and they all work together to try to win. And there's 3 different ways to win, and you have to juggle all 3. Because if you win on any of them, the game immediately ends. So there's a tug-of-war mechanic, there's a kind of a capture the flag mechanic, and then there's kind of a military slayer mechanic. So either you kill the other team 3 times, or you do a tug of war that it's kind of like a payload, like on Team Fortress 2 you have to have a character ride the payload. So you ride the payload to your half of the map and win, or you fill your hive up with objects. So there's objects hidden around the map. You run around and you pick up the objects. And each player can do different roles. You can go and kill people, or you can ride the snail, or you can run berries, but you can only do one at a time. And there's different rules for how you die and how you do different things. But all 10 players are on the same screen at the same time. It's a 2-dimensional game, kind of like Mario. You jump around. The longer you push the button, the higher you jump. And then you can also gain the ability to fly. And you have to like keep track of all 10 players. And you have to keep track of the 3 different ways to win. And you have to work as a team to win with one while stopping the other team from winning with theirs. It's kind of complicated, but it's pretty fun.
Das ist der beste Platz, Chief.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
It's kind of cool because there is no online version of the game. You have to play in person. So if you want to play a game, a 5 versus 5 game, you have to show up with 9 of your friends and like hang out and talk and be social. But you also get to play a video game while you do it, so it's like you don't have to be that social. But it kind of gets rid of the like online toxicity that some communities have, because there's no anonymous assholes making like weird gamer tags and hiding. It's you have to play face to face. You have to look at these people. So for the most part, the community is pretty positive. Everyone's pretty nice. Everyone's trying to help each other get better. Everyone's trying to win. It's a pretty fun time. Every once in a while there's shitheads, but they get weeded out pretty quick, because if no one wants to be around you, no one's gonna play games with you. So eventually those guys just like don't come back. I did play at ground control. It's a cool spot. Alright, that was crazy. Yeah, ground control is pretty cool.
Danke, Chief. Ich schulde Ihnen was.
Hey, kann das sein? Hat jemand an
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander auf. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um die Träger.
Im Laufe nicht, die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Jetzt wird's frei. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo.
Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor.
Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Hey, das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
Uh-oh.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig.
Pistol.
Er hat das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde durchbrochen.
It's pretty fast though. If I get a good ending, this will be fast. It's gonna be really hard without a plasma pistol though. No. I should have been able to live there.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Besetzt die Kampfstationen. Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole. Das ist keine Übung. Hochtüren sichtbar.
I think I hit that stick that I threw at the elite over there. I'm pretty sure I did.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Thanks for hanging out, Kyle.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Stay there. Okay, pretty fast.
Erste Echelon zu mir.
Eindringlinge im
Zieht euch die Kreuzer vor.
Feuerkontrollzentrum.
Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Die zweite Echelon hat die Bombe durch den Träger.
Feindliche Schiffe sind in der Todeszone.
Finden Sie die Bombe.
Sturmträger.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer
Please
fahren.
let me live.
Ich glaube es nicht, die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo.
Cortana, konzentriert.
No way. Why are they? I waited so long behind those boxes. Why did they not come out?
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
One was a racehorse. 2-2 was a 1-2. 1-1, 1-1 race, and 2-2, 1-1-2.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Hey, Vorsicht, komm! Nimm das mit nach Hause zu Mama!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochführen ist Macht.
Not bad.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Hit him with the bamboozle. Baiting elite melees and dancing with them is a fun skill. It's definitely important to have in some sections.
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander auf. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um die Träger. Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Ain't no way.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sich zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen...
Well, that wasn't bobbed and weaved. How was that not enough bugs? The reason that failed was not because at the end there, it's because I didn't kill enough bugs. Why didn't I? Felt like I killed plenty. I swear I didn't see like any when I was dropping down, and then I looked up and there was like 3 on the right wall. Come on.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Ich hab noch einen.
Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Als ich von Schmerzen sprach. Granate! Vorsicht!
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstation. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm! Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm!
Man,
Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I want to go fast again. I don't know if I have another run in me. The last one that I lost was good. Annoying to lose it that way. I've had a couple good ones today. I feel like I'm getting my mojo back. I fixed my controller. It feels like it's turning good now. Arbiter skip's been being nicer because I can turn a little better. I don't know. I feel like I'm back to getting in a good zone here. This might be a day where I do a second late stream again if I don't do anything for my birthday. It is my birthday today, but I don't really have anything I care to do today.
Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I don't know. I might take a break now after a little bit and come back later tonight, like super late tonight, and do a short late stream. But I need to probably take a break and eat and relax. It's hard to produce high quality runs after so many hours. Like I'm already 4 hours and 40 minutes in on runs. I've been grinding these same first. I haven't even made it to the second half yet, so it's been the majority has been the first half of the game. Yeah, even more than that. Like 100% has been the first half, and then even more has been the first quarter. It's kind of doing ghosting over and over again. It's kind of hard on the hands. You know, I was talking about stealing catalytic converters so much that I got an ad for it on Twitch. I don't know which one of my devices is listening to me. Or I don't know if it was because I got a cookie because somebody typed it in my Twitch chat. Because people also said it in Twitch chat, like they typed those exact words. But for some reason, I got a legit advertisement on my screen that said for catalytic converters. So something is listening to me either through text or through voice on my Twitch streams. I know that.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der
I wonder, I'm gonna keep talking about catalytic converters. Can somebody type the word? I guess maybe we don't want it. If we really wanted to isolate it, we would want nobody to type that in my Twitch chat. I'm trying to figure out what is causing the cookie to track and tell me that that's what I want to be advertised. What is doing that tracking?
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Mann, wir sind am Ball.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum, die haben eine Bombe.
Erste Echelon zu mir. Ich Kreuzung. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon. Kümmern Sie die Träger.
Im Lauf.
Feindlichen Schiffe sind
Cortana,
im
Ziele aussuchen und Feuer
Panzer,
frei.
2 Sturmträger.
Ich glaube es nicht, die ziehen sich zurück.
Jetzt wird's
Wir haben
laut.
gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo.
Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger.
No way does that grunt kill me, dude. Chill out. You think it's speech to text? That's what I was wondering. If it was like speech processing my stream.
Alarm. Entertruppen unterwegs.
That's kind of what I was thinking it was. But I wonder if then, does that mean it's tied to streams that I watch myself or streams that I'm doing? It might think I'm my own viewer because I like have my Twitch chat open. So, very weird. I know. Whenever you get like real direct targeted ads, it is always kind of spooky. You hear like conspiracy theory people talk about like, oh, I was just talking about this thing and it popped up on my Facebook ads, and that really does happen. There's a few different ways that they are doing targeted ads, and some of them really are voice and speech, some of them are text, some of them are more complicated, like hypothetically, let's say your friend just purchased a new item and your phone is always in proximity to your friend because you hang out all the time. If your friend purchased something and your phone knows you hang out with this person, it might try to tell you, hey, you should buy this thing too. Even though no one ever mentioned it, you never said it to each other, your phone will know that you guys are likely to buy it if you guys have like a similar lifestyle. There's been some technology that does stuff like that. I know, there's a whole bunch of weird advertisement technology. They're always trying to figure out ways to group people together so that they can find likely buyers for their bullshit. So they want like, that's why they want all the data. That's why they want your movement data. That's why they want your internet browsing data. That's why they want all of the data they can get so they can try to build the model to figure out what you're likely to buy. And then they will send all of those advertisements to you. And they're actually really good at it. Like, sometimes targeted ads are actually a good thing. Like, I know you've like gone to Google or Facebook or something and seen something that you thought was interesting in the targeted ads. Like, you'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. Sometimes they actually really do like know what you want. Especially, like, I mean, if you think about the YouTube algorithm, the YouTube algorithm pushing you YouTube videos, sometimes they know what you want. Like, they're pretty good at sending me, like, math and science YouTube videos. I've also heard stories of them, like, people that do data analytics finding out that you're pregnant before you know you're pregnant, just based on shopping patterns and purchase history and browsing data and just like random, like no real personal identifiers, not even any identifiers that you're necessarily a woman, but then they could know that you're pregnant just based on your browsing patterns.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Probably no chest today. Very good slide there. That's good. Oh, come on.
werfen. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander auf. Zweite Echelon. Richten Sie die Bombe. Im Lauf. Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer fahren.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Hey, das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
No. All that work and I leave the plasma pistol behind. Ugh.
Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
This might have to be my last one of the session here. How's that not a back smash? How am I alive? What even just happened?
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los! Ah!
Nicht nachgeben.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Yeah, I mean, I do it kind of often, Tommy, so it's definitely possible. It's becoming more and more common that I can clear it with the sword. It's hard, but as long as I hit the first stick, it's not too bad. Hitting that first elite as you come in is really important, because it keeps everyone kind of looking the wrong way. And it's obviously one elite down right off the bat. But if you miss that guy, then the enemies are all kind of shooting at you.
Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Sie haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum wir mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Ich brauche einen Sani, glaube ich.
So you got splattered by that hog? Yeah, we've all done it. Play this game long enough, you'll get hit by that warthog. It's actually pretty easy. It's... I don't know, there's so many subtle things like that that you don't realize top runners are thinking about all the time. We're intentionally avoiding that like 99% of our runs. Just sometimes we mess it up. There's a bunch of places like that.
Hey, da ist noch einer.
Die Allianz will sich neu formieren. Verhindern Sie
But you have to go like when you're trying to go fast, you have to block the warthog from moving because you want it to stop for you. But doing that means standing in front of it. But if you stand in front of it, then it's gonna hit you. So you have to like stand just at the corner of it. You know, I don't think you guys get the gravity of how fast that gyro was. You guys get my joke?
Nette Begrüßung.
Cool. If I can try that again. Almost like all my shields immediately. Alright, the revert was short. Fine.
Ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Rays. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
2:20 a.m. for you. Well, go to sleep. Also, this is probably my last run, so it's me keeping you up. That'll probably come to a close soon.
Vorsichtig, Chief. Dieser Elite war ein Ultra und diese Piloten sind auch nicht von Pappe.
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebieter.
I think this one's the last one of this session.
Seid still und flink, dann
I'll be back again tomorrow. I do this pretty much every day, trying to improve the world record. I've been getting really close, but it's really hard.
Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf
But this is my last run. It could still, this one still is good. It still could world record. Maybe this is the last run ever. Who knows? Maybe this is the run. Let me in, dude. No, I fell off. I hate this trick, dude. Whatever. I think I'm done for now. I'm gonna go ahead and call it quits. I appreciate everybody for watching. You're gonna have a meltdown? That was a zoo dying. Yeah, he got owned. Alright, I'm out of here. See you guys.